All right, we're live again after a long nap. Hopefully, I sleep tonight a little bit though. Diva girl, how you doing? A little less chaotic too, since the boys will be sleeping. Oh, Eli is asleep. Of course she is. This is her party time. New and improved bit rates. I had separate stuff for Rumble. Yeah. Hey, looks like Crackle Barrel caved. Apologized for the rebrand. I don't know if they went back, but looks yeah, looks like they caved. It's only 16 minutes. Let's see what Tim has to say.
This is Cracker Barrel. Of course, we're getting into Cracker Barrel. People are saying, and I've seen people saying, why do you guys care so much about? Again, it's symbols. It is the power of symbols. I know there's someone out there who has a famous adage, but I would flip it around. I would say feelings don't care about your facts.
So true.
And that
Nice.
I think people imbue right symbols with meaning, and because they are
They have
a
meaning.
representation of a greater either ideal, a greater truth, a greater nation, a greater religion. A cross is just a plus symbol, right?
It's also a way to
Got the hiccups.
convey a huge amount of information immediately.
Immediately.
Not that I
And
really
this
cared
is
about
what a
Cracker
meme
Barrel
is, too.
whatsoever.
The
I didn't
meme is
like
the
it to
same
begin
thing.
with.
So is a cross just a plus symbol that's slightly
No.
off center?
No,
Just an
and
off center
depending on
plus?
how the cross is set, it
Right?
conveys if you're this type of Christian,
Exactly.
that type of Christian. Symbolism conveys not just this idea of like intuition and feelings, but it conveys a significant amount of information between people,
I
but they
do
never have to
agree
say a
with that.
word.
Precisely. And so when people say, why do you care so much about Cracker Barrel? Oh, that's boomer slop. And it's like, I get what you're saying, but I do think there's something bigger. So go back to the headline. Sorry, I don't want to hit that. So Cracker Barrel reversing course, admitting they failed with the rebrand, vow to include Uncle Herschel on the menu, store, and road signs.
black?
Uncle Herschel wouldn't have wanted it anyway. Well, he is a cracker, so I don't know.
Yeah, this is really grim stuff. We staged, me and my friend Nathan Halberstad, he was on the Culture War Friday. We actually went and staged a sit-in at the local Cracker Barrel afterwards as a form of protest, and it was a very empty Cracker Barrel. So I think the
he's
picket
yellow,
lines are
by the way, for the
forming.
record. He's
Yeah.
just yellow.
Well,
I don't
it's
think
true.
he's one or the other. He's
I don't think
old
Cracker Barrel is. I don't think it means that it's for everyone, right?
Yeah,
For
obviously.
for every color, creed, it's a beautiful thing, and they're trying to take that away, and it's very sad. And I agree. Like people say it's boomer slop. I'm like, well, if you've been on a road trip, it does mean a little more. I mean, because like there's not these great food institutions along a road trip. It's like places like Cracker Barrel remind you of your childhood.
Some places you get McDonald's or Cracker Barrel.
Sure, yeah, and
that's it.
well, Cracker
Those are
Barrel,
your
yeah,
choices.
that's fine dining when you're on the road, and it's like, yeah, it reminds you of your childhood, it reminds you of family, at the rusty farm equipment everywhere, is like horse castrator and whatnot. It's like it's a really beautiful thing, and they want to turn it into farmhouse chic. I mean,
Well, they turned all the McDonald's into prisons.
yeah,
Awful.
They look
brutalism.
they look
They're
like
awful.
Farmhouse chic
all
is
of
like
them look
the
like prisons. It's just gray
And
nasty.
gross.
I think the reason that Cracker Barrel, and we'll see what they end up actually doing with it, but I think the reason that it resonated so directly, because what's interesting is people you people would say like, oh, this is woke, right? But
Okay.
it's not necessarily woke in the sense they're not changing it to like a rainbow color or adding things like that or changing it to like a woman or something. but we all know that it's wrong.
It's woke-ish because it's ugly.
Well,
Right?
it's
And
so
the whole it's a war on beauty.
The
It's the same
backlash wasn't
Cracker
just
Barrel's
from-
beauty.
The backlash wasn't just from people on the right, if I understand correctly.
Right.
Like,
The
there was a
Democrats
lot of
came out
people
against
on
it,
the
too.
left that were just like, "This sucks."
You see it all the time when like they have these beautiful old homes and like especially millennials will come through and just gut it and paint everything white and
So
turn it
bad.
farmhouse chic, and it's like it's not woke, it's just like sad, like you're losing something.
Well, and they make the McMansion track homes.
Yeah.
Well, I do think that it's if we're talking about symbols, what is it a symbol of? It's a symbol of the America that came before, and it's a symbol of American heritage for how we got to where we
I mean, I
are. And
guess.
so
Cracker Barrel.
that old
It's
America,
crappy
quote
breakfast
unquote, versus
foods.
new America or whatever you
It's
want to
not
call
even
it,
good
real
country
America
like
versus new
food.
America is definitely the
Guess the mashed potatoes are okay, but they're bland.
Sentinel-
Everything's bland.
seminal moment of our time. This is our challenge. This is our fight right now. Which one is going to win out? Is it the Kilmar Garcia
I understand why they're
who doesn't
protesting
care,
it in a way,
to
though.
even speak the language, and he'll go eat whatever he wants, or is it the people who come in there and say, oh, you know what, my grandpa had one of those. Or we were going there with my wife, who isn't even from this country.
Let me
but
ask
funny
you
enough, and she
something,
kept
though.
asking that as well.
Conspiracy hat time.
Oh.
Right? Conspiracy hat time.
You have to turn it sideways to
tinfoil or
say that,
tinfoil
yeah.
hat time. Do you think that this story got launched into the public consciousness purely because the name Cracker was in Cracker Barrel?
It's not the first time they've tried this. Remember a few years ago, it was going around on Twitter about them trying to change the name of Cracker Barrel, and they thought it was offensive. It might even started as a meme, but then people took it seriously. It was trending for a while. So they definitely tried it before.
I was hoping that this was just one of those outrage marketing things. When I first heard it, I was like, that's ridiculous. Why would they? Why would they get rid of that? I do think, and we were talking about this beforehand, though.
Or
I
baby.
think a bunch of us, I forget
I
exactly who
hear
it was,
back there hiccuping.
that possibly the real conspiracy here isn't necessarily that they want to change the logo, but they want to change the entire business model
Right.
because they're trying to move away from sit-in dining. And a lot of places are moving
Cracker
away from
Barrels
that.
have that whole front area before you sit down and eat.
Right.
That's like
Yeah.
a little boutique.
It's like a general store.
It's the
Yeah.
pregame
Family
lobby.
friendly.
Yeah.
It's like one of the
I mean,
last like real
It is,
family friendly
it is,
places.
But everything
by the way,
there
when
is
we go
really
there-
expensive and nobody buys shit.
Yeah.
When we
And
go
that's the
there,
truth.
though,
They don't buy anything there.
as a family, when we go there with kids, it's like they spend all their time there.
Yeah.
Because when you're waiting for the food to come, the kids are like, I need this, I need this, I need this, I need one of these, I need some of this stuff. And it's like, eventually they kind of wear you down.
Well, I eat at Cracker Barrels, especially when I'm on trips, and I rarely see anybody in the boutique side actually buy anything. They go through and they look.
Yeah.
As they're waiting for their table, they'll look a little bit on their way out, but I don't see them buy much, and the price tag is why.
So
So I think they probably are downsizing to something which is more bean counter
and
friendly.
Brave
You don't have to
AI,
change your
Brave
logo to
AI
do
says that
that.
it's 20%
Well,
of the
but
company's
the
total
whole
revenue.
idea for a rebrand, if you're changing that whole front boutique area, is going to be what? The symbol. You want to remove the symbol so that people don't associate it anymore with, we have family fun time at the boutique, and then we play on the enormous chessboard out front, and then get in the rocking chair right
Exactly
afterwards.
what we do.
And then is when you're sitting there eating, they have Chinese checkers there for you to play, right?
The peg game.
Yeah, and the
peg
peg
game.
Did you
and
see
all
they
that.
made it woke? It's like a libtard version now, where they don't
Wait,
even
what?
mock, they don't mock you if you like suck.
But
at the
that's
peg game
not-
now.
that's
Now they're
not
just like,
maybe
nice
the
try,
most-
do it again.
Nice try. No,
Yeah,
that's
I
That's
know,
not
it's
maybe the
terrible.
most profitable model in a society that doesn't have kids.
So the Cracker Barrel's gift shop
Yeah.
business contributes
It's
20%.
which goes back to what you're saying about McDonald's, because McDonald's, when we were kids, I think we're all like kind of an age.
That was the
for
place,
him.
man.
You actually, that's a great question. Do you remember McDonald's being awesome as a kid?
It's always just been like the
Yeah,
mediocre
because I
restaurant.
had the
So you don't have
The
that.
playroom.
What
memory
about the
of-
experience? Like when you went there, was it exciting?
No, because
Was there a playground?
there was like one that had a play place. I remember.
Yeah. So
Oh, was it one of the big ones that had the massive jungle gyms with the slides and the ball pit, and there was tons
Ball
of
pit?
kids there?
No, we
Yeah. So when we were all kids,
Oh yeah, no, there was ball pits.
Oh,
when we were all kids,
Once
McDonald's,
late.
it was. I want to say almost every McDonald's, unless you were like in the middle of the city, had this huge play area for kids, and the inside was designed for kids as well. So there'd be like seats constructed out of the characters, and like the Hamburglar would be like your bench that you were like.
It was
sitting
fast food
on.
Disney World.
Back
It's
when they
fast food,
had
it was like Disney World. Yeah,
back when they had ashtrays.
That's
it was
great.
literally
Yeah,
like
the good old
Disney
days.
World
In ashtrays.
for kids with ashtrays. And
Oh, yeah.
and it was great because if you're there and if you're you're with mom or dad, then they knew they could take the kids there, and then hey, cut them loose, you
Right.
go do your thing, order the food, food's coming in. Hey, food's here. You got to yell at them to get off the playground. The world used to be made, or at least the country used to be made for families.
Yeah.
And I will say, and I saw someone in the chat say, Pasobik's going to bring up Europe. I am. You know what? I am. Because going around, I spent a bunch of time in Poland this year for the election. And successful.
Wait, Polish people are smart enough to have elections?
I know somehow. Well,
I don't
basically,
How many Polish people does it take?
does it take? But they just find the one. They just find the one, and then he picks, and everyone's like, "All right, we got it." And so they still have this. Hungary's the same way. It's still very pro-family. So you see stuff for kids everywhere. And I don't just mean like in McDonald's. I mean like you could walk into like a 5-star restaurant, and the very first thing you'll see off to the side is a kids area. And they'll say, okay, well, here's an area for the kids. There's some games. There's some toys. Sometimes they even have someone like assigned to sort of watch that area. So you can go and sit at your table, right, where it's probably not great for kids, even though you have to teach restaurant manners, but we all know how that goes. And they just have these kids areas that are totally incorporated in the world. And you even see it in, just
Plays
you
now.
go
They
to
got
offices
display
or a
place
place
and
where you have
whatnot
a
instead of
waiting room.
McDonald's.
There's a kids area. There's just little kids areas
But you don't want to
everywhere.
be mean to people who can't
That's
have
why
children
Chick-fil-A
here.
is
It's
great.
going to make them feel bad, which is why we need to take half of the public parks.
They should
parks,
feel
uh,
bad.
All the playgrounds.
Make everything sad.
Right, and you want to make sure that that you don't do anything which is too family oriented. And by the way, what if we made that a symbol? The American family. What if we made that a symbol and put it everywhere? Mom and dad with kids, and they're all of them together. Maybe that's the sign instead of my two dads. What if we made that a symbol?
Have you noticed that American cities have just become completely anti-family?
Oh,
Everywhere I go
completely.
now, there's just, and I
they're
don't
hostile.
even see families
Hostile to
anymore.
families.
It's crazy.
Well, part of the reason is because there are so few Gen Z and few millennials. Like millennials and Gen Z
Yeah.
are vanishingly small.
Guess I'll pay attention to my
Gen Z.
phone.
Well, yeah, we eliminated 28%.
we aborted them all.
Well,
But
yeah.
not just that. Here's the other thing to look at.
Yep, I sent
This
that already.
propaganda started, I would say, probably in the early 90s. It wasn't this bad in the 80s, but in the early 90s
Okay, that's
especially.
fair.
And then right about the time we hit 2000, 2003, it got really bad. There's no symbols anymore of an American family anywhere. No, and we need that propaganda. We really need that
this
propaganda.
is something. It's so funny you mention this because this is something that I look for all the time, especially when I'm overseas. That you see it in Hungary, you see it in Poland, where they just have and when you say propaganda, it's just like in an advertisement for Coca-Cola or even McDonald's. In those countries, they will include that. And you can look this up, foreign images of the same company, and then they won't do it in America.
This is an argument that I make all the time. Like the left loves to say we need to center the margins, and that's a ridiculous concept. It's a ridiculous idea. We need to center families, normal families with men and women and kids, because that's what you want to encourage.
But do you know
in
why
your
they can't?
society.
That's
So
a family.
feminists did this. Feminists destroyed it. The idea is the entirety of the government is moving towards women going to college. Women need to go to college. They need to be
Yeah.
educated. They need to have a fallback system for when
Which
the
is
man
right.
inevitably screws them over, right? The truth is that those years, those college years, that's childbearing years. Those are your best childbearing years. And you're wasting them at college, and you got another 4 or 5 years after college to get your career established. You get married at 30 and you have one kid. It's the most anti-family system that you could ever have envisioned.
It's anti-human because families make more humans. So if it's an anti-family policy, it's anti-human.
Might even
now,
be
for now.
unhuman.
Okay?
Now you got
Over here
So
somewhere?
now you have what? How many women do you have
We have
coming
it
out of
there, yeah.
colleges right now who have these useless degrees? It's always psychology, sociology, early childhood development, daycare.
Well,
It's
but-
useless.
And as much as I hate to say it, but as we know, that's is that really all they're doing on those campuses is studying for these degrees?
Well, they're studying a lot of penises.
No, it's Marxist.
Yeah, they're
propaganda.
sleeping
That's the
around.
truth. The truth is that these become issues of sexual deviancy, drugs, all of that. Right? They're inundated in it
It's
almost
introduced in
immediately.
college.
Big party culture at colleges. Nobody's going to dispute that. I mean, huge party cultures. And the entire idea is, okay, now she's gone through 10 different dudes. You know what I mean? Now she's ready to settle down. And now she's out of her girl boss phase. Oh, I got the degree, right? I got run through in college. Now I'm moving towards, I want a family. And what guy wants them? What guy wants these entitled boss babes? And so, anyway, that's a whole different thing. But the idea here is, it is indeed an anti-family policy to try to move women towards college as a failsafe because men are evil and are going to screw them over.
Totally. I mean, we're moving towards a future where kids are going to have grandmas who had OnlyFans. That's
Yeah.
like maybe
They have 'em
happening
right
now.
right? Maybe happening right now.
I have great grandmas who have OnlyFans.
My grandma had more subs than yours.
Oh my goodness.
That's hell.
That is, yeah, we're in heaven.
No,
I
thank
mean,
you.
it's like, yeah, you find a picture of your grandmother when she was younger, and it's like, oh, here she is with her family, maybe a picture of her with friends. Now it's
Wasn't Barack Obama's mom basically an OnlyFans girl?
True that. Yeah.
Wasn't she one of the first?
You're right. Yep.
You know,
And married to a man.
to your point about having women get into the workforce essentially, I really think that that's one of the reasons for that is because generally it makes people unhappy, and unhappy people tend to be more likely to be revolutionaries. Happy people don't protest. They don't go and become activists. Unhappy people do. And if you have a generation of unhappy people, you're more likely to have a generation of activists
Uprising.
and protesters.
Well, there's
and people that will
something to that.
destabilize the nation.
Yeah. There's something to that, but I would just reinforce the point by saying this: that women are they're much easier to propagandize.
Higher
than men are.
neuroticism.
Much easier to propagandize than men are. There's a reason that they defer women into education, and they want women in control of lower education especially. And that's where indoctrination begins. And that's why when you go to a public school, it's a nightmare. And little Johnny's sitting there with his hands folded quietly, and all he wants to do is go outside and play and not do anything else in this feminized school, right? But we don't allow that.
Well, I mean, this is so. I wrote the book on humans last year, and this what we're talking about here is the entire plot of the book. It's the thesis, but the thesis is that at some level it's deliberate. The
No,
been
it's totally
deliberate.
deliberate. At every
deconstruction, the deconstruction is the point. The destabilization is the point. That's why you have Karen Bass, for example. Take this to a city level,
Miss Grinch.
where she was actually trained by Marxist revolutionaries out of Cuba at a young age, and was in these brigades and was taking trips down to Cuba for training, and then comes up and people say, well, why is she pursuing these policies that destroy Los Angeles? That's the point. The destruction is the point.
Yep.
They
Yeah.
don't actually care about the equality or the social
they just wanted to
justice
burn
or the
down.
equity or the you're free to find your decision. No, they don't care about any of that stuff. It's actually about destroying beauty.
Yeah, and this is nothing new. Look at Hanoi Jane Fonda. Remember when she was going and hanging out with communists and she wanted to become a cultural sex symbol and this type of thing? What was she pushing? She was pushing socialist ideology as well.
Thanks for checking out this clip from Timcast IRL. Make sure to watch the show live Monday through Friday at 8 p.m.
Well, I guess it's okay. Cracker Barrel went back. I mean, don't really care one way or the other. I was never a Cracker Barrel fan, so I thought they just should close it down because their food sucked. But a lot of people like it. A lot of people have ties to the old symbolism. It was an unimportant change. It wasn't necessary. It wasn't hurting anybody the way it was. If anything, they were changing it to force drive people away, and that's what it did. I wouldn't say any publicity is good publicity, but I mean, publicity is publicity in this world. Yeah. Oh, let's check on the Gaza war.
Now, you've seen close up how Iran operates globally, not just attacking Israel. Now, if the regime can orchestrate anti-Semitic firebombings in Australia, do you think the Australian government has underestimated its reach?
Nope. Well, yeah.
Sorry, I think the whole world has underestimated the threat from the Iranian regime, and I hope this is a wake-up
Buddy,
call
could you get me a
that
tea
the
jug?
Ayatollahs in
This one's
Iran
empty.
are the biggest state
Should be the
sponsors
last one
of
up
terror
here.
in the world. They're a threat not only to Israel, surrounding us with proxy armies and firing ballistic missiles at Israeli families, but to the whole world. Just a few months ago, the British Parliament released a report talking about the persistent and pervasive threat of Iranian subversion. And this is before October 7th. In the year before the October 7th attacks, 15 kidnapping and assassination attempts by the Iranian regime on British soil. And I hope this is a reminder that Australia and Israel are on the same side against the same enemy. These attacks were not just attacks against Australian Jews, they were attacks against Australia. And Australia and the rest of the world need to get real about those attempts by the Iranian regime to sow chaos and violence and terrorism around the world. Israel is fighting a war on 7 fronts, but the 8th front is attacks on Jews around the world. And that means it's attacks on your country, on Australia too. And the leadership needs to wise up about that.
I know, it's so true. But it's not just terror attacks. We've also heard increasing evidence about how Iran is sowing discord in the West through rallies, for example, university campuses. Do you think this is also something that needs to be addressed?
Absolutely. The Iranian regime is looking not only to sow violence, but discord. It wants to tear Australian society apart. We had 2 attacks here that were non-lethal, thank God. I don't know whether on purpose, but the goal is to sow distrust and disunity within Australian society and to tear apart the fabric of your country. That is what the Iranian regime wants. It hopes that if Western countries are distracted enough with new internal problems, they'll forget about the Iranian regime's attempts to build nuclear weapons. They'll forget about its attempts to dominate the Middle East by arming proxy armies, and they will be able to gain greater and greater dominance in the region. So this is absolutely a threat to Australia because it's an attempt to undermine Australian society. And everyone now needs to be very alert as to the threat of foreign interference and foreign subversion, not only by Iran, by other actors as well, trying to sow discord within Australian society by, in this case, going after the Jews.
No, exactly. Now, I just want to turn to the situation in Gaza at the moment. We saw US President Donald Trump say overnight that he thinks the war in Gaza is going to be over soon. Have a look.
I think within the next 2 to 3 weeks, you're going to have pretty good conclusive ending.
Now, Elon, I spoke to Netanyahu on Thursday, and he said he was still determined to go into Gaza City, eliminate the terrorists. So isn't the time frame for that longer than a few weeks? Do you think there's a disconnect here?
Well, I hope the war can end in 2 to 3 weeks, but it will end in 2 to 3 weeks if Hamas does what the whole world is demanding, which is to free all of the hostages immediately, to lay down its arms, and to surrender power. And then the war can end not in 2 to 3 weeks, it can end in 2 to 3 days or even 2 to 3 hours. This is a war that Hamas began, and it's a war that Hamas can end immediately. But I think the Prime Minister wants to end this war, but end this war in a way that...
Sheesh. Damn. So we have all these background things running. Let's
makes sure that all the hostages are home and that Hamas cannot restart this war again and again as it has been threatening to do. So all world leaders who want to end this war, this isn't the time to throw Hamas a lifeline. It's time to pile on international pressure to make its leaders understand it's game over. They're never going back to governing the Gaza Strip. They have to free all of the hostages immediately, lay down their arms, and this horrible war that they started nearly 2 years ago can finally end.
Yeah. Elon, there was also this tragic accident overnight where a hospital was bombed accidentally by Israel. Journalists and medical staff were killed. What do we know about how this happened?
It's still unclear what exactly happened there. The Prime Minister said that this was a tragic mishap. So what happened yesterday was not supposed to happen, and the army is investigating it. And I have full confidence that if the army finds that people acted in deviation from their orders, they will be held accountable. That has happened before when the IDF has found that soldiers acted not in accordance with their orders. They were held accountable for that. This is happening, of course, in a context in which Hamas has militarized every single hospital in Gaza. Just because it's a hospital does not mean that there is no Hamas activity in the region. We know that there has been at Nasser Hospital. In particular, claims that Hamas had put a camera on the roof of that hospital that was spying on soldiers' movements and putting their movements and putting those soldiers at risk. But I trust the IDF will investigate that incident. And of course, it goes without saying that the IDF is determined to bring down Hamas. And this is a war against Hamas terrorists, not the people of Gaza, whom Hamas is hiding behind.
No, exactly. And Hamas has, of course, been refusing to accept the ceasefire proposal since May. All right, Elon, always great to have you on the show. Appreciate it.
See what the decoy voice
How
has to
does a
say.
country like Scotland become so dangerous that little girls carry around axes? And what's worse is why is the media making them out to be the villain? As this video from Scotland is going viral.
Why are you fucking with us? Show the knife. Show the knife. Show the
away from us!
Show the knife. Show the knife.
Don't touch her!
That's it. That's it. Show the knife. That's it.
Don't touch my little sister! She has 12! She has 12 and you just bastard me!
But rest assured, Scotland, the girl has been arrested. Like most viral videos, we're only seeing a brief glimpse into an incident that was likely much longer, but I'm not certain how much context you need on a grown man antagonizing kids yelling, "Stay away from us," as the UK has had several reports of girls being horrendously attacked by specific men, and it is a crime for them to even carry pepper spray to protect themselves, so it makes sense why people are siding with the kids. But sure, there is a possibility these kids were on a crime spree. It just doesn't explain why this particular adult was interacting with them in the first place. And given how much social media outrage is occurring over the incident, you'd be certain the corporate media would explain why the girl, and only the girl, needed to be arrested. But no. Days later, local outlets are only saying the female youth was arrested over the bladed weapon, and she will be reported to the relevant authorities. Absolutely nothing on the guy recording, nothing as to why she had the weapons in the first place, which lets you know they're omitting all the inconvenient information as to why little kids in the UK feel the need to carry axes
on a
in
knife and an
streets,
axe.
as Twitter users are hailing her as a hero, with plenty of AI imagery showing her protecting Scotland, and even comparing her to Saint Joan of Arc, highlighting how the question isn't why is she carrying an axe, but why is a grown adult with that accent approaching her. You'd think these are all concerns the mainstream media would want to address, especially considering this story is basically my entire social media feed. But sometimes their silence is all the
story is
confirmation we'll
crazy
get.
right now.
What's insane is far left Reddit's replies to Twitter's reaction, saying it's good she was arrested since there was another knife attack nearby months earlier, remarking the girls having weapons is going to make the immigrants get weapons to protect themselves from them? And then somebody saying they faced a similar situation, not from the perspective of the kids, but the guy recording, to which every single reply calling him out for being in that situation got massively downvoted. There's a serious situation that needs to be addressed on Reddit, but that's for a different video. It's just insane to think that when a video like this goes viral, Twitter and Instagram's perspective defaults to the kids, and how can we keep the girls safe? Then Reddit defaults to, what about the guy recording? That could have been any Redditor. How can we make everybody more defenseless? But after I saw that Reddit thread of the concerned parent finding out their kid is smoking pot, and Reddit collectively tried to cover for the kid, then shaming the parent for being concerned about it, made me completely lose faith in the collective hive mind of that platform. As there is a valid concern about viral videos being falsely framed, where this other clip from the UK shows what their police are preoccupied with. As most people would find this ridiculous, but it was later reported that she was arguing with the McDonald's staff and police, scratching and kicking them. As just because they're kids doesn't mean they're not capable of crime, and just because we identify better with one group, let it be law enforcement, students, or migrants, doesn't mean we should default to one side, as I don't even really believe that Twitter community note either. But what we're seeing in Scotland, or the UK as a whole, makes me believe the absence of information means Twitter is correct. As look at Scotland in 2019. 2 years later, the same side is protesting deportations. Then this year, when Trump arrives in Scotland, we see mass immigration protests just like in the US.
Quite an unusual thing for Scotland. For years we've been told in Scotland that left of centre, the refugees are welcome here. Well, today Falkirk have said enough is enough. People are here protesting this hotel just at the other side. They've had hundreds of refugees staying here over the years, and people are really upset at the fact that some of them have been involved in really heinous acts now.
Isn't it interesting how globally all these Western countries are experiencing the same exact issues simultaneously? It's almost as if there had to be a global agenda for this to take place. And whenever a crime, say a migrant attack on school kids, or a migrant swinging a machete at federal law enforcement, it conveniently gets omitted from the mainstream media as it harms a liberal agenda, as they can villainize conservatives or police all they want. How does a country like feel the need to carry axes in the street, as Twitter users are hailing her as a hero, with plenty of AI imagery showing her protecting Scotland, and even comparing her to Saint Joan of Arc, highlighting how the question isn't why is she carrying an axe, but why is a grown adult with that accent approaching her. You'd think these are all concerns the mainstream media would want to address, especially considering this story is basically my entire social media feed. But sometimes their silence is all the confirmation we'll get. But what's insane is far left Reddit's replies to Twitter's reaction, saying it's good she was arrested since there was another knife attack nearby months earlier, or marking the girls having. How does a country like Scotland become so dangerous that accent approaching her? You'd think these are all concerns the mainstream media would want to address, especially considering this story is basically my entire social media feed. But sometimes their silence is all the confirmation we'll get. But what's insane is far left Reddit's replies to Twitter's reaction, saying it's good she was arrested since there was another knife attack nearby months earlier, or marking the girls having weapons is going to make the immigrants get weapons to protect themselves from them, and then somebody saying they faced a similar situation, not from the perspective of the kids, but the guy recording. To which every single reply calling him out for being in that situation got massively downvoted. There's a serious situation that needs to be addressed on Reddit, but that's for a different video. It's just insane to think that when a video like this goes viral, Twitter and Instagram's perspective defaults to the kids, and how can we keep the girls safe? Then Reddit defaults to, what about the guy recording? That could have been any Redditor. How can we make everybody more defenseless? But after I saw that Reddit thread of the concerned parent finding out their kid is smoking pot, and Reddit collectively tried to cover for the kid, then shaming the parent for being concerned about it, made me completely lose faith in the collective hive mind of that platform. As there is a valid concern about viral videos being falsely framed, where this other clip from the UK shows what their police are preoccupied with. as most people would find this ridiculous, but it was later reported that she was arguing with the McDonald's staff and police, scratching and kicking them. As just because they're kids doesn't mean they're not capable of crime, and just because we identify better with one group, let it be law enforcement, students, or migrants, doesn't mean we should default to one side, as I don't even really believe that Twitter community note either. But what we're seeing in Scotland or the UK as a whole makes me believe the absence of information means Twitter is correct. As look at Scotland in 2019. 2 years later, the same side is protesting deportations. Then this year, when Trump arrives in Scotland, we see mass immigration protests just like in the US.
Quite an unusual thing for Scotland. For years we've been told in Scotland that left of centre, the refugees are welcome here. Well, today Falkirk have said enough is enough. People are here protesting this hotel just at the other side. They've had hundreds of refugees staying here over the years, and people are really upset at the fact that some of them have been involved in really heinous acts now.
Isn't it interesting how globally all these Western countries are experiencing the same exact issues simultaneously? It's almost as if there had to be a global agenda for this to take place. And whenever a crime, say a migrant attack on school kids, or a migrant swinging a machete at federal law enforcement, it conveniently gets omitted from the mainstream media as it harms a liberal agenda, as they can villainize conservatives or police all they want, but once they start saying the kids are bad because they feel unsafe, that's what sparks a revolution. So if you appreciate my concise, light-order commentary on the tragic status that is today's reality, subscribe to Decoy Voice.
Yeah, the question of why she had to wield play some dash deep. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Robot, where are you? Right. Green traits. And the boots for my lich build for the harvest lich. Necro physical damage by 49%. Okay. This is the boots timeline, I think. Oh, what do you need? Oh, good. Question is, which way do I want to go? Oh, I know what I need to do. Divine era, and we need to go Fine area, Imperial area, fine area. Go get some of our Circle of Fortune. Should do this too. Stream information. Last depot. Done. And kick settings. Yeah. Here. That's so fire. Okay. Well, that's all I can get. So we can get some boots. We're gonna run through quickly as possible. Oh wait, PoE 2 had an update, didn't it? Rift up there. Cool. Yeah, I heard that one. Got shaping. Checking this way. Let's go here. Health potion. Might as well grab it. What boots did I get? None that I wanted. What's this? Hey, veterinaries. Weaver. What's going on back there? Mm-hmm. That'll make his endeavor. Nice. Yeah. Fissure. Yeah. Stealth. Mm. That one's brick. 58%. Okay, it's a little weaker, but it's got physical and lightning resist. Don't need dodge rating or void resistance and freeze rate multiplier, so we'll put this ring on instead. And the question is this axe better? No, physical damage, critical strike multiplier, and then health on melee hit. Oh, let's try and with chaos that. Darn. Yeah, it's still not better. I'll shatter. All these. And I don't think I have that belt yet. Oh, gets kept. Second necklace. Once I get these boots, I'll switch over to my lich build. I gotta farm these boots up here. I am liking the lich build now. It's gotten a little bit better, a little more survivable. There's this twin at. explore, make sure I'm not missing too much. There might be a another boss in here somewhere, or maybe not. Who knows? Yeah, there is one. Nothing dropped though, so it really isn't worth it. Yeah, runes. Minion health and axe with lightning damage. Oh, red. Okay. D, where is it? First. I don't probably like cause that. Put some Cheez-Its in the middle of the floor so I have a trap. See it come out. I guess graham crackers because I'm probably almost out of that. I think yeah, and I have this partial pack that Eli was eating. Oh. Da 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 da. Mm. Mhm. 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 What's in the axe, was it? It's F. Oh, it does have physical damage on it. Okay. Critical success, huh? What we got? 4126. Let's save that. Probably. Mental resistances are good, but um, lightning resist, health and health. Okay, that's a good. Share that. Add that. Girl, he the wizard, the wonderful wizard. Ability, transplant, labor, staff, and carry on. I guess I could move to that. And then physical. Mm, Cigar reward, 8% currency. One necrotic spells, one to elemental skills. Have Titan's Heart too, I think. Well, maybe I don't. I don't. Plus 2 chaos bolt, intelligence. That's a Reaper form. And health and health. And health and health. I'll stick with this build for a little bit longer. Isidora's findings. What? There's a ring in there. Minion damage. Anything going on YouTube?
Britain was bankrupt at the end of World.
Yeah, Frank's hot sauce. %. Pretty sure I have this axe. Yeah, for 20 melee damage, 25, 8, 15 health, 67, 15. Hmm. Christ. Nothing in the shop. that lich build I want to do. Reverse lich. See if it's any good. This is going pretty good though. Wow. Unfortunate. Yeah. Let's change into that build now. Hmm. Red is. Hmm. shooting build, that's for sure. Cool. Mm. What do I need? Hmm. Let's see. How is just lined with fences. I got switched around. That's new. Mm-hmm. I don't want that. Mm-mm-mm. When did Get Out of Dodge get popular? Yeah, we kill Rift Beasts easily. Yeah. Speaking of lunch, I'm hungry. Go ahead. Did it kick me? Oh, well, whatever. Mm-mm-mm. Bum, bum, bum. Okay. What am I gonna eat? Well, I'll take a little break and get some food. Get some food. What do I want to eat? Premium. What are you talking about, Rumble Premium? Joke, joke, joke. That's the Epoch. Mm-mm-mm. Okay, we're good there. Legendary. There. And where do I have to go? I have to do that. All right. We'll get some food. We'll watch some YouTube videos while I eat. See what else is going on in the world. See if Islam's going crazy. Nico converts to Islam and regrets it. Oh, it's members only. All right, I'll be right back, guys. Ooh. Buffalo chicken, some pizza. Kettle's going, so we'll have some coffee here shortly. Hopefully the coffee knocks me out. Right, let's see what Crowder's got to say.
Hey guys, yep, if you saw that
Sorry,
title,
kidding.
I got banned again. And this one, I was really actually shocked about. Like, I thought, okay, I did a couple of things. Let me clarify that. I'm not shocked I got banned. I'm shocked at what I got banned for. Because what had happened is that I did something that I thought I was going to get banned for. So I apologized for it immediately. But what I actually got banned for, I was shocked. And I'll explain this why, and why I believe the hypocrisy of Twitch once again really knows no bounds. And once again, I want to make it very clear, I think
Techno's been getting through the ringer.
Is fine to ban, I suppose, but the problem is that when you don't ban the most egregious offenders who are doing things far worse, it truly boggles the mind. Now, I've been banned for another month. This is my monthly ban, and I will be back at 7 days. Maybe they'll allow my appeal. Who knows? Do I care? No, not really. I stream on Twitch for fun. I have all ads turned off. I'll be real. I make less off of Twitch than I make off of like literally. I make more off YouTube in 2 days than I make off of Twitch in a whole month. I made more off of a 1 hour ad that I did on Twitch that I can just do on YouTube instead than I made on Twitch the whole month. I make nothing off Twitch. I do it for fun. I do it for the love of my community on there. It really doesn't do me any good other than just I like supporting my community who's been on there. That's why I've always done it. But please subscribe to my YouTube and turn the bell on for all notifications because I'm going to be live on here over the next couple days. I'll probably be taking tomorrow off just because I'm a little bit pissed off as I normally am. And I'm also starting to get a tattoo on my right arm, which I'm very excited about. It's going to be World of Warcraft, Dark Souls, and my pet inspired, like my Eggy, Mango, Banjo, all those guys. Also, if you're here reacting to this video, sorry if this part doesn't interest you. Thank you for reacting to my videos. Always love that. And make sure if you're watching this via someone reacting to go subscribe to their channels. I appreciate people talking about this issue. Unless they're being a dickhead about it. Anyways, so I was live on Twitch today, and I was watching an exchange between Destiny and Ethan. And in this clip,
oh geez,
you know, a lot of the words that are thrown around between people these days are like pedophile, rapist. You know, Destiny says a lot of crazy ass shit. Destiny, you know, talking about wanting people, you know, taking away Ethan's kids and shit. And I'm like, all right, dude, okay, we get it, and that's fine. It was probably a joke. Who knows? What isn't a joke according to Destiny? That's completely fine. But anyways, I just started to notice a very uncomfortable direction the internet is going. Where back in the day, we would say like, oh, your mom does this, I fucked your mom. Some people would say the N-word to people. I wouldn't say the N-word to people. Other people would. People would say, they would call people fat, and they would call people retards, they would call people gay, and all of these words that they used to call these people wouldn't be anything that could be legally pursued.
Done.
You know what I mean? Like, when you call people like a retard, if you call someone a fat, it's not gonna make the FBI need to arrest you or like need to look into you. Like, or even if you call someone the N-word, that doesn't mean the FBI is gonna have to look into you, right? The problem now is that people are now only using words and falsely accusing of crimes. Like, they're calling people rapists. They're calling people pedophiles. Rape, meaning you are someone who has had sex with another person that didn't want that. That is a crime. You go to jail. A pedophile, someone where they a kid, and that's illegal, and you go to jail. You know, they call people abusers, you know, which could be considered like sexual harassment. or assault or some like type of abuse that you can get jail time for or fine for, or things that police will come to your house and they will investigate you for, right? Like it's becoming a very disgusting rhetoric these days, and it's becoming to where you might have to fight fire with fire when people call you these things. Now, I haven't done that in quite a while. You know, I have said that someone looks like a pedophile. That's because, well, they do. But it's a little bit different than just saying, you are this. You have committed this crime. And so, during this stream, you know, my chat was pissing me off.
Saying somebody looks like a pedophile is a little different than saying somebody
as I've
is.
stopped doing for 2 months, to kill themselves. It slipped. I'm not gonna lie. It rolls off the tongue way too quickly. It does. It's something that rolls off the tongue. It's just something that I've said my whole life. Kill yourself, kill. Right? I've been saying it since fucking Xbox days. I've been saying it since League of Legends. You know, I mean, yeah. You can take a dog out of the fight. You can't take the fight out of the dog. You know, it's something that I've always fucking said.
It's reactionary.
I will probably. I'm gonna try not to say it. I'm definitely gonna say it again. It's just something that just feels so good to say. Kill yourself. Right? It's not a death threat. It's just like come on, dude, fuck off. Right? That's all. Kill yourself. He's like, fuck off, dude. You're being retarded. That's all it means. But I didn't get banned for the kill yourself, and I also apologized immediately. I was like, hey man, I shouldn't have said that. Well, I didn't get banned for that. What I got banned for was for merely saying the word fat. That's it. I didn't call anyone that. I didn't direct that towards anybody. All I said was, I would rather be called a fat than these people on the internet who just sling around false accusations and false allegations.
I don't really like that word.
For fun.
There's better terminologies out there, obviously.
Unsettling. It doesn't
but I mean, I don't think you should get banned for it. I think a lot of people say that on Twitch.
I said this was that I was a guy who just got swatted because some guy or some girl called the police and said that I was raping women in my house and I had 8 hostages upstairs. And so I experienced my first swatting that put my friends, my life, and my animal's life in danger. And so I'm just becoming incredibly irritated and annoyed how a platform that banned me for merely saying the word fat did not ban people who called me a rapist and a pedophile. People who called Asman a mother killer, a murderer, a pedophile. People who called Nuxtaku a pedophile.
Yeah, that's ridiculous. I
feel like I'm going
He's a little
crazy
wild,
here.
but I like listening to him
So
sometimes.
you're telling me I can't even say a word, which, by the way, I have gone on record multiple times telling people to not call anyone a faggot because you think they're bad because they're gay. I have literally said you can call your homie a faggot because he's being retarded, but never put someone down just because they're gay. That's insane. I hate to sound like too political, like a politician. I fucking love gay people. I think they're hilarious. When I was a kid, I used to wish I was gay because life's easier. Then I don't have to deal with women. If I didn't have to deal with women, my life would be way easier right now. Knowers know. Like imagine just being able to fuck a dude. You know what I mean? You play video games with your homie, you're playing Smash Bros, you're playing League of Legends, and you and your best friend are just jerking each other off. Like, that sounds awesome.
No.
But I'm not gay, you know, so it'll never work out. I mean, I've even kissed, not made out, I have gently kissed another man, my best friend, on a dare because 8 women begged me to do it, and then I f***ed one of them after. So it's not gay, it cancels each other out. I tried being gay, it didn't work. It didn't work. But man, my life would be so easy right now. Oh my God, bro, I wish I was gay.
I'm married my best friend.
Oh my God. Anyways, fellas, are you with me here? God damn. Sometimes it's just a little bit hard. I mean, I'm not really shocked. I'm just like numb. I'm just like, damn. I didn't direct this towards anybody else. I've gone on record saying to not call people who are actually gay that word. Me just merely saying it got me banned for 7 days. I've been called horrific shit. I have been falsely accused by so many creators, calling me a criminal. Things that the police have investigated me for. Things that I've almost lost my life over being called. I don't think people understand that getting swatted is attempted murder. And I'm being banned again because I just spoke a word. You have Hassan calling Ela
Horribly
Klein
ridiculous.
a valid military target, inciting his
Again,
audience
highly ridiculous.
to kill a streamer. Where Ethan and Ela have to get their license to carry because now they feel unsafe for their lives. He didn't even get a warning. Hassan has also called me a rapist. He didn't even get a warning. Guys, would you rather be called gay or someone falsely accuse you of being a rapist? Do people not get how dangerous this rhetoric is?
No,
This
they
Twitch
don't.
staff,
They
are
don't
they
understand it.
truly this out of touch? What in the fuck are we doing? Well, I suppose I'll be streaming on YouTube and Kick for the foreseeable future. I genuinely, I'm just bitter, bro. It's lame as shit. Like, genuinely, like, the blatant favoritism and the fucking hypocrisy of this platform, it astounds me. It genuinely fucking astounds me. I'm not shocked. If you're still here,
I
please
wouldn't
like,
either.
comment, subscribe on the channel. Don't let these guys fucking win. Share this video with your friends. Share a tweet. Jesus.
Well, I'll like it.
Calling my ass homo.
I hate how he had to justify it, but that's stupid that he got banned for it. I'll be honest. Definitely have heard worse things being said on Twitch.
This guy's moving up on him.
Show the knife. Show the knife.
Away from her!
Show the knife. Show the knife.
Don't touch her!
That's it. That's it. Show the knife.
You got my leg!
Show the knife. That's it.
Traditional Scottish accent from the guy. Yes. That girl has been arrested for being found with a bladed weapon. And there are many scenarios where someone absolutely should not only carry a bladed weapon, but a gun. Now, I'll be clear here. We don't have all of the information, so a lot of people are jumping the gun. But the principle here at play and how the left is reacting is very, very telling. And I have said this, Europe has fallen. It's no longer a thing. So this is a viral clip from Dundee, Scotland, showing a young girl who allegedly was approached by a suspected migrant, and you can tell by the voice on camera, it would seem that that checks out.
Yeah.
And the outrage from the left is not over what you would think. Well, it's exactly what you would think, but not what most people would think who are sensible. Let's play.
Yes, you have a knife. Why are you f***ing with us?
This guy's moving up on him.
Show the knife. Show the knife.
Away from her!
Show the knife. Show the knife.
Don't touch her!
That's it. That's it. Show the knife.
You got my leg!
Show the knife. That's it.
Traditional Scottish accent from the guy. Yes.
Touching me! She has f***ing 12 and you just battered me, mate! You didn't like fucking touching me!
Yeah, show the knife.
So there's some facts coming in. There may have been an altercation with the mom out there, and she may have gone out with these weapons, and then she was approached by these migrants. But you do hear that one girl, obviously, with concern saying, hey, don't touch her, she's 12. And you see the camera moving up. So we don't have all the information, just to be clear. So I don't want people saying, hey, you have egg on your face. We don't know. What I do know is that that girl has been arrested for being found with a bladed weapon. So you're not allowed to carry a bladed weapon in Scotland. And there are many scenarios where someone absolutely should not only carry a bladed weapon, obviously a hatchet, which is pretty cool.
Right.
Too.
Where'd you get the hatchet from, though?
But a gun. The problem here is with people saying, "Hey, I don't care what facts come in. She can't be carrying that." And let me give you some stats that are already in. These facts are not in dispute. Non-Britons, when you're talking about over there in the UK, they're 71% more likely to commit sex crimes. Afghans and their ilk are 20 times more likely to commit sex crimes. Rape in the UK is up from 2002, about 12,000. 2024, 71,000.
Oh,
wow.
71,000.
Sheesh.
Think about that. So before we get to anything else, we should have no problem with someone carrying a knife. We should have no problem with someone carrying a firearm, assuming they're of legal age. I understand it. But you have girls, by the way, who are being picked up, raped. Just look at Cologne. Look what happened on New Year's there. Look at what is happening across. Look at the cover-up of grooming rape gangs.
Yeah.
Right, Starmer? So you have people who obviously feel very helpless, who feel defenseless. Before we get there, hey, how about not instilling a culture of fear in your law-abiding citizens for posting mean tweets, memes that are offensive? That to them in Europe is more of an affront than someone who might be committing the rape. It's more offensive to them that someone might use a weapon to defend themselves than the reason they may require a weapon in the first place. And I will tell you this, that's not a free people. That is not, if you are not free to defend yourself, you are less free than tribes in the third world. Do you understand that? That's a God-given right. It's the most universally recognized God-given right to protect yourself, especially if you're a helpless girl. But for some reason in Europe and Reddit, they've lost their way. Scotland has really lost its edge. I think they're not the same people. The William Wallace freedom moment would be mighty different today.
What will you do without freedom? Would you be willing to trade all the days, from this day to that, for one chance, just one chance, to come back here and tell these migrants that they may take our land, but they can also take our 12-year-old women and rape them too? We don't want to cause offense. All cultures are f***ing equal.
It just doesn't ring.
It just...
Yeah, it doesn't make you want to fight.
No.
No.
I'm like, oh, they can take our land?
Yeah. It almost makes me think that I'm about to be raped.
Repeatedly.
Yeah. That's kind of what I'm thinking.
Which is just part of life.
It's just part of life. Let me ask you this.
Why'd you get raped in England?
It's part of
it's part of our culture.
We don't want to offend somebody.
Part of growing up.
And you see this all the time, right? Hey, if you're walking down the streets of New York or Chicago at the wrong period in time and you go, oh, wait a second, the knockout game is going, oh, wait, I see a gang of people who seem more likely statistically to be participating in said game. It's more of an offense for you to cross the street. Think about that. You can, if you have an opinion and you're acting out of self-preservation, people are more concerned with a completely victimless act, crossing the street, concern, than the fact that you were seeing for a period of time record high knockouts. Rick Moranis was a victim of that. Let's look at the assaults across the board. By the way, all references available, link in the description, as we do every single show. Don't take my word for it. Reading Rainbow, this stuff. A 17-year-old Dutch girl last Wednesday was killed by a 22-year-old asylum seeker. That's a nice term. That same man, by the way, had already raped a woman and assaulted another.
Oh, she was in jail? And she...
That's a common... Yeah, no, he just wasn't.
Oh.
Yeah, he just wasn't. He was... some people call that the raping spree policy.
Oh.
Yeah, it's in the fine print.
First one's on us.
Sunday, there was an American tourist in Germany who was protecting two women and was stabbed in the face by a Syrian national.
Jeez.
Friday, a Ukrainian refugee, so hey, I know, hey, left, right? You all have the Ukrainian flag, so you should care about this. Ukrainian refugee stabbed, killed, waiting for the light rail. This happened in Charlotte, by the way, North Carolina.
Oh, I thought you were going to say Kiev.
Yeah, no. It was a homeless man named DeCarlos Brown Jr. So you see this across the board. You see it happening a lot. And here's the thing, every single crime, I'm not saying that every single migrant is a criminal looking to rape someone, but they do it in much higher numbers, and it's a crime that had no business taking place to begin with. Let me ask you this. If your representatives, if the members of your government fail in protecting you from basic threats that, by the way, anyone could see coming a mile away, what purpose do they serve? We're going to turn a blind eye to the fact that people are being raped, being killed by folks who have no business being here in the first place because you get Fanta on Snap? What are we doing?
Yeah. And by the way, look, their reaction is completely reasonable with everything that's going on there. They don't feel like the police are going to protect them. They understand that this stuff is happening. These are 12 or 13-year-old girls. I don't know every detail of this story. It may turn out, like we said, that there was an altercation and that this girl has had a history of doing stuff like this, and maybe all that's true. But her response when that guy came up trying to film tells you everything that you need to know about what they're living through right now in England, right? In Britain, right? In Scotland, wherever you're going to be in that freaking empire right now that seems like it's crumbling. But also in England, they're not even allowed to fly the flag of England anymore,
right?
The white with the red. Like, they're not even allowed to fly that. So there are protests going on right now where people are going to roundabouts that are already kind of these white kind of circles and painting basically the flag.
Yep.
To just it's insane to me what's going on in England right now.
In Canada, this story just came out, and Doug Ford finally tries to act like he's conservative and spoke out against it. There was a man whose house was broken into at 3 a.m. He beat the guy up. The homeowner is the one charged.
For beating the guy up?
Yeah, for beating the guy up. And I believe the man who invaded his home, by the way, did have a weapon as well. And that's because in Canada, it's about proportionality. I tell you what, there are a few things the Democrats and progressives like more than criminals and perps to enjoy all of their civil rights while you forego yours. They love that scenario because you're afraid, you're helpless, and you certainly need them. What's that police response time looking like? Hey, hold on a second. You said defund the police. So how about I fund my own armory? How about that? What's going to stop these crimes? It's really simple, guys. This isn't all that complicated. I think there's a Jeff Cooper quote that said for these crimes to stop, it will rest squarely in the hands of the victim. Someone can bring it up. Jeff Cooper, who was a really well-known shooter. Cops can't fix this. Victims need to be turned into heroes, people who defend themselves. What will fix this? Two things. Better immigration policy. Not all cultures are created equal, okay? So you screen for it. And you just saw this at play, more people, and specifically more girls, more women, more disabled people, the marginalized, with guns.
Nice shot.
Boom. Good for her.
Mm-hmm.
That looks like an empowered woman to me.
Just comes out guns ablazing.
Good.
Yeah.
Boom, there's that lady. Hey, tough guy. Not as tough as that lady with a gun.
That's right.
Now fire. I love this one.
Yeah, this one's great. Yeah.
Run.
That's like the urban version of the old lady in Bugs Bunny with the shotgun coming out.
Exactly.
Hey!
Everybody plays around until that happens.
And just so you know, I know you may say that I'm harsh, and you can comment if you agree with this. If you watch those and you saw every single perp blown away, meaning in a lot of those, the guys were okay, they lived. If they didn't live, if they were shot dead, I still would consider it a feel-good story. My concern rests squarely with the innocent victim who was assaulted. 0% with the person who chose to commit the assault. And I'm tired of this idea that violence never solves problems. That's not true.
Right.
Or that violence is inherently immoral. Does anyone want to argue, and that's the basis for the law in Scotland and Canada, violence is immoral. Does anyone actually think that those women defending their homes, that those women defending their men, their businesses, that they did anything immoral in committing an act of violence?
No, not at all.
Violence creates more life.
It's a good point.
Well,
they wouldn't have a country without violence.
Yeah.
Yep.
You use it appropriately, and here's the Cooper quote. Jeff Cooper said, Lieutenant Colonel, sorry, if violent crime is to be curbed, it is only the intended victim who can do it. The felon does not fear the police, and he fears neither judge nor jury. Therefore, what he must be taught to fear is his victim.
There you go.
I was going to say that earlier too, but yeah, fear is how you help curb this too.
Yeah.
People need to fear.
Yep.
Losing their life at all times if you want to commit a crime. You must fear that.
Here's the thing.
Your
Right
life's
now,
online.
people are living in fear. It comes down to this. Who should live in fear? People following the law? Innocent people? Or the criminals? It really is. That's who do you want to live in fear? I want the criminals to live in fear. Oh, that's black and white. That's not nuanced. You're right. In this case, someone saying, give me your money, someone breaking into your house, bad guy. Good guy is the person who's in their own house.
Yeah.
Good guy is the person who didn't mug somebody else. I want good guy, good woman, good Z to win and blow bad guy away. And you think this is extreme or radical? It wasn't up until probably the year 1960.
Yeah. And by the way, anybody who makes the argument, that they're going to make mistakes and somebody's going to get shot that shouldn't be shot, I'll take it.
Yep.
I will absolutely take that versus innocent people being shot all the time and taken advantage of all the time and beaten all the time and innocent women raped all the time. You see, we can do this.
Yeah.
I'm fine with it.
How can you complain about rape culture and then not enable women with every fiber of your being to carry firearms and have the only rape deterrent or rape problem solver? You could refer to it as that, not the equalizer, the good old rape problem solver from Samuel Colt.
No. Here's a whistle.
That's right.
Here's a whistle.
Yeah. The problem is the whistle I had just called more rapists.
It's weird.
It's not very effective. It didn't sell very well. So now it's limited edition.
I've got a Walther branded whistle.
Do you?
Yeah, exactly.
Nice.
You don't hear it.
So you guys all, this seems obvious. And sometimes people will say, well, this is remedial. Well, again, I don't want you to live in an echo chamber, like Abby Phillips said. So let me show you what people on the other side are saying. People actually live their life like this. It's time for Reddit retards. Again, not all the facts are in, so I'm arguing from a position of principle. You understand that, right? And so you need to understand just as equally, those on the left are making these arguments without all the facts from a position of principle. Here's Marie Griffiths. Let's make her famous, or Z, on Reddit. The real world has turned into a Limmy's World sketch. A young girl carrying a knife and axe, so a guy collects evidence of this and then gets attacked for be a creep for filming this crime.
They're retarded.
So he's the victim. Okay, I got it. Medium Willow 3727 writes, the amount of American on this thread is comical, as if their country isn't a shithole and have far more issues in almost all aspects from political to social.
What?
Everybody knows you never go full retard.
We got less rapes.
Yep, at least here we can defend ourselves. Man Like Thomas wrote, this is my favorite, the only controversial part is that the Yanks view it as legal to protect yourself with weapons. That's the only controversial part? What about the Syrian migrant with a raging erection in an alleyway at 3 a.m.? I think that's somewhat controversial in record numbers. I think 12,000 rapes to 72,000 rapes.
Wow.
I think that's somewhat. The only controversial part is that we view it as legal to protect yourself with a weapon. Can you please tell me what's controversial about that? Because I want you to understand, this is the argument from progressive principle. Meaning they view it as so absurd that you believe you or your girls or your wife or your mom has the right to protect yourself with a weapon. He goes on to write, obviously it's different in Scotland. Like, why would a 14-year-old girl have a hatchet and a knife illegally? Although, to be fair, we don't know the full story. Well, thanks for that. But in USA, they see it as a young girl rightly defending herself against a creepy foreign alien. It's just some guy with a foreign accent.
Sorry, retarded.
Just some guy with a foreign accent who keeps coming at you.
Yeah.
And is mad because you won't let him have sex on you.
Yes.
On you. Ugh.
Yes, show the knife. I only wanted to make sex with you.
How dare you, a woman, tell a man where I can and can't put my penis?
Yep.
How dare you?
When I get that, listen, I get the knife part, but when she pulled out the hatchet, I'm like, who carries a hatchet around for stuff like this? Jeez.
Lots of people carry a hatchet.
You know what a
I have to
hatchet
get
is,
it
don't
at
you,
the
Bug? It's an axe.
Hardware store.
Sort of, yeah. I got one in the car if you'd like to see it.
I'll pass.
Fair enough. I like to carry it, You never know when you're going to need it.
It's okay, Gerald. We all make mistakes.
Oh, fine. Okay,
Chasing
fine.
Katie
Fact-checked.
wrote,
Whatever.
which, by the way, I would look this person up. Chasing Katie kind of
Sounds like somebody.
sounds like a plan.
Sounds like the guy from the crime.
Yes, that's what it sounds like. said the people who think this girl was just protecting herself by having these weapons are going to be singing a different tune if immigrants get tooled up to protect themselves from assaults by racist bigots who think they shouldn't be here.
But I'm retarded.
Yeah, no, here's the thing. I tell you what. If you ever find me...
Okay, yeah, okay. We go back to the bench press video, please.
You know what's funny?
It's time for me.
And we're going to talk about China and why they shouldn't be coming into our colleges. But remember the Stop Asian Hate?
Yeah.
Was a call to action. Hey, Asian Americans, arm yourselves.
Fight back.
If you ever see me singing a different tune, angry that law-abiding immigrants here are arming themselves, I will retire that day. If you ever even catch me hinting at having a problem with law-abiding, assimilating migrants in this country exercising their Second Amendment right, I will retire, I will quit. You will never hear from me again. This is the problem. People say you don't want to be in an echo chamber, and you don't. And because you're a rational person, as a conservative, populist, right-leaning, whatever you are, you assume that other people approach it the same way. When you look at how these people argue from principle, you have no right to protect yourself whatsoever, period. It's not a fundamental right. If you want to see more proof of that, look at places like New York and Chicago and the rabble of defenseless, helpless victims. And by the way, the same cities that say defund the police. Well, you can't arm yourself. They're going to send in a social worker. What do you do? Their answer is simple. Get raped. Get mugged. Get killed. It's human sacrifice at the altar of wokeness. This has been Reddit Retards.
Yeah. Based take. Yeah, meltdown. CNN reporter shut down by Chicago resident. President Trump's crime crackdown. Doge uploaded all security numbers to server top security advisor says. Good. Stop wasting money. Get smart with it.
Let's get to his reason as to why, because he's about to demonstrate he doesn't actually understand how prophecy works.
I saw this live stream. We watched this live stream last week. The war on cartel. In South America going on. I forgot about that. Destiny. Should we listen to some atheist arguments and whatnot? Just can't miss a man with this sort of shit. Sleep, cutting grass with nail clippers.
This was the moment council workers attempted to remove a St George's cross from a roundabout. Their attempt, however, failed, as the council workers simply sprayed over the bold red cross using white spray paint, which highlighted it even more. Plymouth City Council said this was only a temporary repair and spent the following evening repainting the roundabout entirely, only for the red St George's cross to be repainted by the following morning. This was the moment council workers attempted to remove a St George's cross from a roundabout.
Now, reporters have been out in Chicago asking locals about what crime is really like there. And this CNN reporter, she was left shocked and essentially speechless that there are people who want the National Guard to be sent in.
My first reaction was that this is a good thing. I think that the governor as well as the mayor should be on board with it just so we can get a bit more of security in Chicago the way that we need.
The crime has dropped since 2024. Do you feel like the city feels safer?
No, not at all.
No,
especially with the police being defunded.
No, she just shuts down this bizarre media narrative that there's not really a bad crime problem. Crime's going down. We shouldn't have to worry about it. But that hasn't stopped this panelist on CNN from having a meltdown about the crackdown. Here is Tiffany Cross.
Can I just say really quickly, Abby, because anytime that we play something from Stephen Miller, it would be journalistic integrity to point out that he is a white supremacist and he is the brainchild behind this policy. That's not my opinion, that's actual facts. And for him to purport lies from the Oval Office as a white supremacist, it should be pointed out. It's reporting, Washington Wall Street Journal's own reporting.
I want to address what he...
And CNN also didn't push back when Democrat Jamie Raxon went on the network to make, well, a very excellent point that he's opposed to what Donald Trump is doing because crime's just part of our history.
I mean, there are lots of Republican cities and towns struggling with crime. Everybody is across the country. Crime has always been part of our history.
Yeah, it's always been there. Joining us now is Michael Kroger. Michael, thank you for joining us. I mean, what's your reaction to the coverage we're getting on CNN and MSNBC to Donald Trump's crackdown?
Well, Washington's known worldwide as a very dangerous city, one of the most dangerous capital cities in the world. People don't want to go to Washington. When they go, they want to go in quickly and go out quickly. These Democrats are totally delusional, Gabrielle.
Yeah, from the time I visited when I was a kid to now, it's changed. I think I was there like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. I mean, not 2 years ago. Stayed at a hotel for a night or two. But you don't want to go out at night. Even during the day, there were people sleeping on the streets. It was not a pretty sight. It was very run down and crummy looking, trash everywhere. And I remember when I was a kid, it was nice, clean. I mean, you hardly saw a homeless person unless you went to the park, I think. And wherever there was a park over by the White House. But hardly saw homeless people. And I went down there a few times when I was a kid, but it's completely different from that time.
Anything Trump does, they'll oppose. So you expect nutters like Rachel Maddow
And New York City
to say the things she's saying. Secondly, you've got to remember amongst the American left and the left worldwide, there is sort of an anarchist element to the hard left, which wants to break down institutions, the churches, the schools, the law enforcement authorities, the police, the military, etc. The anarchists want a destruction and a desecration of American society. That's part of what the left wants to do. In order to have some kind of dramatic left-wing change, you've got to break down the current institutions of power. So anyone that tries to come in and reinforce the police, reinforce law and order, is immediately imposed by the hard left and Maddow and these other very strange people these days are very much part of that thinking. But what Trump's done is also highlight the weakness of Democratic mayors and governors, and that embarrasses the Democratic Party. But these people are delusional, and they are going to the extremes of American politics that, to defend crime as part of American society. Well, Trump's trying to do something about it, and for that, no doubt he'll get plaudits long term.
Mm-hmm. I think it's fine in DC. I don't know about the other cities though. Probably, I think they need to be cleaned up, but I think they need to hire the police force to do it, not just do something temporary. With the National Guard, maybe to initially get it under control.
But why is it that we have Hamas supporters and all these others who defile our monuments, defile our country, hate our countries, literally spit on our country week after week, but you're not allowed to show solidarity with the Jews or with Israel? It's a despicable situation.
Douglas Murray has a warning for the UK with what is going on right now with the
Party.
pro-Palestinian movement. I'm the other Barak coming to you live and direct here from the Holy Land in Israel. Before we get into the video, 80% of you are not subscribed. I put out 3 to 4 videos a day. If you are not subscribed, you don't have that bell on, you will not get notified. You will miss these important videos. It takes no more than 5 seconds. Press that subscribe button. Press that bell. Let's get into the
Well, that's
Yeah,
one of the
do
things, Julia, that I take away from this. This is why I say I don't recognize our country anymore. I really don't. I don't know why we have given in to Islamists and terrorists. I don't know why we've done it. Why is it that Saturday after Saturday, people parade through the streets of London calling for jihad, praising Hamas, praising terrorists, and clambering over and defiling our sacred war monuments? Why do they get to do that every Saturday, but I can't speak in a theatre on Shaftesbury Avenue to a packed theatre, mainly of Jews? Why is it that if you call for violence against Jews day after day on the streets of London, that's A-OK with the Metropolitan Police? But if Jews want to congregate in central London, apparently it's not okay, and we'll have to retreat to another venue. I'm not a victim here, and I'm not claiming any victimhood. I don't believe in that. I don't care. I'm not going to shut up. I'll continue speaking. This is my country. London is my city, and I expect to be able to do what I want in my city. But why is it that we have Hamas supporters and all these others who defile our monuments, defile our country,
Get away with it, and then you have these
on our country
patriots walking the street and they don't.
to show solidarity with the Jews or with Israel? It's a despicable situation, and it's come about because of a generational cowardice by politicians of all parties and by the Metropolitan Police and others. I think it's appalling, because I know one thing for sure, Julia. The people who hate the Israelis, the people who hate the Jews, the people who we're watching at the moment marching through central London, they hate Britain as much as they hate Israel. It's just that Britain is first. We're all going to be next. So I'd say stand up in whichever way you can. And if you're an usher in a theatre, well, do your darn job. It's what you're employed for. But the idea that we have to keep giving in, and that this society, of all societies, Julia, we used to be a resilient society in Britain. The country we were brought up in, our parents' generation, our grandparents' generation, were resilient people. We don't have to show that much resilience these days. We just need to show a bit of backbone. Where is it, Britain? Where have you gone?
Well, this is ChatGPT. I asked it to break down the differences in the pro-Palestinian and pro-Israel protests in the UK, which ones have been in the news and why. This is going to blow your mind. The pro-Palestinian protests in the UK, mass marches and rallies late 2023, 2024, across the United Kingdom, including London, Manchester, Birmingham, Edinburgh, Cardiff, and many more. There were thousands to hundreds of thousands calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. London saw up to 300,000 participants on the 11th of November, one of the largest protests since the Iraq War. In these activities, it included marches, sit-ins in major train stations, school strikes, and flag-raising protests where they have removed the Israeli flag at Sheffield Town Hall. You're not allowed to do that. Let's continue to go. The university encampments. Major universities like Oxford, Cambridge, Glasgow, Leeds, Warwick, and others hosted occupations, encampments, and sit-ins led by students calling for divestment from Israeli-linked institutions. 17 students were arrested at Oxford University. The Palestine Action protests and bans. In July this year, the UK government prescribed Palestinian action under the Terrorism Act. Displaying such as holding signs reading, "I oppose genocide, I support Palestine action," became a criminal offense. Protests erupted again in all of these different cities, and over 700 in total were arrested between July and August, especially after a massive demonstration at a Parliament Square where over 466 people were detained. Cultural backlash and censorship at music festivals. In 2025, the band the Merry Wallopers had their performance cut short for displaying a Palestinian flag and chanting "Free Palestine." This was a little bit of the pro-Palestinian movement's activity here in London. Let's go into what the pro-Israel demonstrations look like. With less frequent and large scale than the pro-Palestinian protests, pro-Israel actions also occurred. In May 2021, this was before the 7th of October, but it's important. Police intervened when pro-Palestinian demonstrators approached pro-Israel rally near the Israeli embassy. So you have people who were opposing the pro-Israel rally. Again, this is why it made the news, not because the pro-Israel rally was there to begin with. 1 month after the October 7th attack in 2023. The March Against Anti-Semitism drew 50 to 100,000 people in London protesting rising anti-Semitism in the UK. It followed a pro-Palestinian rally and was one of the largest gatherings of its kind in recent history. So you can see that there are massive turnouts with the large pro-Palestinian movements. People are getting arrested at universities. Then when there are people who are trying to stand up for Israel, even just combating anti-Semitism, and by the way, the pro-Palestinian movement will tell you that they also don't agree with anti-Semitism, but that's so interesting because even when pro-Israel rallies begin to support the idea of combating anti-Semitism, you have those who are there to literally like dilate their entire voice. The reason I always go to ChatGPT is because if people come onto this channel and they want an objective perspective, I'm going to go to what we have in the news, on the media, in the world, without typing in something biased, as in, why is the pro-Palestinian movement more dangerous than the pro-Israel movement in London? That's not what I asked. That's not what I prompted ChatGPT. I literally asked it to break down the differences in the pro-Palestinian and pro-Israel protests in the UK, which ones have been in the news and why. It could have told me all of the different people who were arrested at the pro-Israel rallies, the rallies that they began to gather to oppose pro-Palestinian movements. So you can just objectively look at this and say, who's causing noise? Who's causing mayhem? Who's causing chaos? Who are stopping themselves in the middle of public trains? Who are taking flags down and replacing them? Who's the one stopping traffic? Who's the one perpetrating? Who's the one instigating? It's literally right here. So Douglas has a point. Like, why are we, this is his country. Why are they continuing to allow this behavior to happen? It makes no sense. It makes no sense because we do have weak politicians who are not willing to, in this case, talk to the Goliath. The Goliath. They make it seem like Israel is the ethno-supremacy. Is the Jews are the ethno-supremacy. That the state of Israel is the one that is the Goliath in the situation. That they are controlling the media, that they're controlling all these moves, that they're controlling everything that's happening within the Gaza Strip, that they're controlling the entire Palestinian population, that they're controlling the mass media, that they're controlling the narrative. That's what they make this out to be, the 0.2%. The Jews, the 15 million people, the 9 million people, 2 million of 15 million Jews, the 9 million people, 2 million of them Arab Muslims living in Israel. So when you say that Israel is controlling everything for the pro-Palestinian movement, are you also talking to your Muslim brothers and sisters? How would they feel about that? Like I said in the beginning of this video, 80% of you are not subscribed to
the culture, in many ways, the entire culture and political existence of the West, not just the UK, but the whole of the Western world. And their primary kind of rallying point for that at the moment is Gaza.
Is the UK on its way to civil war? Check out this clip over here with former British Colonel Richard Kemp, who says that civil war is inevitable in Britain. Take a look at what he says. We'll watch it together and then talk about it. But first, hit that subscribe button over there in the corner. We'd love to stay in touch. Check this out.
Colonel Kemp, thank you very much for sitting down. As I mentioned off air, you get consulted a lot on the supranational threats that we face, a lot on Iran, China, Hamas and Israel's war.
Yay, coffee's making me sleepy. Bum, 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 bum. Threatened sanctions.
At 6:30 a.m. in the eastern Pacific Ocean, a cartel submarine packed full of illegal drugs was racing towards Mexico. Until now, their trip across the ocean had gone perfectly, but that was about to change in a matter of seconds. They didn't know it yet, but above the surface, they were being hunted by the USCGC James, a Legend-class national security Coast Guard cutter. Both the ship and its crew specialized in raiding narco subs just like this one. Over the years, they'd hit dozens of submarines, but what they found inside this one was unlike anything they'd seen before. When most people hear the word submarine, they think of a nuclear-powered war machine, massive, heavily armed, and ran by a crew of hundreds. But the vessels the U.S. Coast Guard hunts in the Eastern Pacific look nothing like that. These so-called narco subs aren't military marvels, they're cartel creations. They're hand-built deep in the jungles of Colombia, often built under makeshift roofs of palm leaves and tarps, sometimes miles upriver where no satellite can see them. From the outside, they look pretty rough. Fiberglass hulls patched together with resin, wood, and paint. But don't let the rough exterior fool you. They're designed with a single purpose in mind: to smuggle unimaginable quantities of drugs, usually cocaine, across thousands of miles of ocean without being caught. And they are incredibly effective at doing that. Unlike the US Navy's submarines, narco subs don't fully submerge. Instead, they ride dangerously low in the water, with only the exhaust pipe and a tiny cockpit bubble visible above the surface. From an aircraft at 1,000 feet, a narco sub is little more than a faint shadow in the waves. From a ship's radar, it's almost invisible. Even the paint is chosen carefully, a light blue-gray that blends seamlessly with the ocean. To the untrained eye, these boats are ghosts. Each vessel costs the cartels anywhere from $1 to $2 million to build, and that's pocket change compared to the potential profit. A single sub can carry anywhere between 4 to 8 tons of cocaine, which is worth hundreds of millions of dollars on the US market. If just one sub makes it across, it pays for the entire production line and funds the weapons, bribes, and cartel expansions in Mexico. They're typically crewed by 4 to 5 men, and conditions inside are unbelievably bad. No ventilation, no space, and barely enough food or water for the journey. The subs often reek of fuel and exhaust, and the crews live for days in total darkness, sweating in unbearable heat. But the promise of a massive payday or the threat from cartel bosses ensures there's never a shortage of volunteers. By the mid-2000s, intelligence estimates suggested that up to 1/3 of all cocaine entering the United States was moving on narco subs. That staggering number forced the Coast Guard, the Navy, and partner nations to prioritize hunting these vessels the same way they'd hunt an enemy submarine. So when a cutter like the James heads out on patrol, its crew isn't just expecting to encounter fishing trawlers or drug runner speedboats. They know somewhere out there, hidden beneath the waves, is a vessel designed to slip past them. So how do they go about finding a vessel that's designed to not be found? For the U.S. Coast Guard, the hunt begins with intelligence. Deep inside Joint Interagency Task Force South, analysts sift through satellite imagery, intercepted communications, and human intelligence from partner nations. Colombian Marines may discover a jungle workshop, or an informant might leak the departure time of a new vessel. Every scrap of data matters, because a narco sub is only vulnerable for a few fleeting moments once it's at sea. That intelligence then gets sent over to the fleet, to ships like the USCGC James, which is a Legend-class national security cutter bristling with sensors, small boats, and a flight deck for helicopters. The James is more than just a Coast Guard cutter, it's a forward-deployed command post. On a patrol in the Eastern Pacific, the crew knows they're not just conducting law enforcement, they're running counter-narcotics operations with the same intensity as a military campaign. The search area is massive. Narco subs rarely follow predictable routes, they hug coastlines, slip between shipping lanes, and drift silently at night with their engines off. The ocean can hide them, but it can't hide their heat signatures, their faint wakes, or the occasional radio call they're forced to make. To spot these ghosts, the Coast Guard doesn't work alone. Navy P-8 Poseidon patrol aircraft sweep wide sections of the Pacific. Satellites look for irregular movements at sea, and Coast Guard helicopters like the MH-65 Dolphin fly out from cutters to investigate any suspicious contact. For the crew aboard the James, the hunt is a mix of long stretches of patience and then sudden bursts of adrenaline. Out on the horizon, the shape is barely visible, a gray blur riding just above the waves. To the untrained eye, it might look like driftwood or debris, but to the Coast Guard crew, there's no mistaking it. This is the ghost they've been hunting, a cartel narco sub loaded with thousands of pounds of cocaine pushing north across the Pacific. The cutter surges forward, engines rumble, rotors spin up. On deck, the pursuit teams gear up. Body armor, helmets, rifles, and radios checked one last time. They know the risk. If the smugglers realize they're about to be caught, they'll try to sink the vessel. All it takes is one twist of a valve and the sub will vanish beneath the waves, dragging millions in cocaines to the ocean floor, and with it, the evidence needed to prosecute the crew. Within minutes, the James is in striking distance. The order comes down: launch the small boat. A rigid hull inflatable boat smashes into the water, its crew throttling the engines to maximum speed. Every bump slams their bodies against the deck as they charge across the waves toward the low-profile craft. Overhead, a helicopter circles, recording every move, ensuring there's no escape. The narco sub crew sees them coming. Panic sets in. Some scramble at the controls, others move toward the scuttling valves. They know what's at stake: prison if they're caught, and a cartel's wrath if they fail. But the Coast Guard doesn't give them any time to make a decision. The small boat roars alongside the semi-submersible, its engines screaming. Then comes the most dangerous part of the entire operation: the boarding. At full speed, a Coast Guard boarding officer leaps from the inflatable onto the narco sub's slick deck, grabbing onto anything he can to keep from slipping off into the ocean.
Crazy.
With one hand on his weapon and the other gripping the hatch, he yells commands at the smugglers in their own language, commanding them to open the hatch and come out with their arms up. It's complete and total chaos. Waves are crashing all around them, the roars of the engines are pounding through their ears, and the boarding officer is continuously banging on the hatch of the submersible while the rest of the crew tries desperately to jump on the back of the submarine with it. The Coast Guard is quickly able to subdue the crew and force them all to surrender, and within seconds, the narco sub is under Coast Guard control. All of the evidence, the smugglers, and the vessel now belong belong to the Coast Guard. On the horizon, the James looks like a fortress, her crew watching as the small boat tows the captured vessel back. With the smugglers subdued and the valve sealed, the Coast Guard boarding team pries open the hatch. What they find inside is almost unbelievable. The smell hits first, a choking mix of diesel fumes, sweat, and seawater. The inside of a narco sub is claustrophobic, barely tall enough to sit upright, pitch dark except for a dim flashlight beam, and everywhere, stacked from deck to ceiling, are tightly wrapped packages. Waterproof bales wrapped in plastic and burlap, each one stamped with cartel logos and symbols that mark who the shipment belongs to. The Coast Guard begins hauling them out one by one. Each bale weighs over 40 pounds and there are hundreds of them. Soon, the deck of the cutter is covered in stacks of seized cocaine, lined up like bricks of an empire built on smuggling. By the time the count is finished, the numbers are staggering. Over 8,000 pounds of pure cocaine. On the streets, that shipment would have been worth hundreds of millions of dollars, making it one of the largest hauls over the year. To put it into perspective, the seizure from this single narco sub equals what some small Coast Guard stations seize in an entire year. But this isn't just about numbers. Each bale represents more than money. It's cartel power. It's bribes to corrupt officials, weapons for hired gunmen, and fuel for violence across Central and North America. By taking this load off the water, the Coast Guard isn't just making an arrest, they're striking at the financial heart of cartel operations. For the smugglers, the outcome is grim. They're transferred to the James, shackled, and processed as detainees. Their cartel bosses will write off the loss as the cost of doing business. But for these men, the journey is over. They'll face trial and potentially decades in prison. As for the vessel itself, most narco subs don't survive long after capture. They're unstable, unseaworthy, and often intentionally weakened so they'll sink quickly if abandoned. Many are scuttled after the cargo is removed, sent to the bottom of the ocean to ensure they never sail again. Back aboard the cutter, the crew lines up for the traditional display. Bricks of cocaine stacked like a wall, a visual reminder of the fight they're waging. For the sailors, it's a proud moment. Hundreds of millions of dollars in drugs denied to the cartels, countless lives indirectly affected, and proof that even in the endless expanse of the Pacific, the Coast Guard can find and stop a vessel designed to be invisible. This is the payoff of the hunt. One night's boarding has dealt a cartel a crushing blow, and once again, proven that America's smallest armed service is capable of some of the biggest victories in the war at sea.
Cool. That's interesting. Taliban tax for hungering for it. Big mistake.
So it turns out, all these years later, North Korea still enjoys a good frontal assault across open terrain. How about that? Now, they learned the hard way in Kursk that that's not exactly ideal on the modern battlefield, but nonetheless, they figured it out and adapted. And now that Russia and North Korea have publicly acknowledged that North Korean troops are taking part in the war, we're starting to get a lot more footage that I'll play throughout today's video and details of the training, how the troops were utilized, their effectiveness in combat, and casualty rates. So let's dive in with the Russian perspective of how the Koreans were used in the war. Starting with Colonel Kassad, a Russian mill blogger, he says, quote, "The Korean fighters had two features, high physical training and high marksmanship training. It's no secret that North Koreans, due to the peculiarities of life in their country, are physically developed and accustomed to living in harsh conditions, which cannot be said about their southern counterparts." I did see a lot of different accounts from the Russians praising the physical fitness of the North Koreans, saying the big benefit there is that they could train for hours upon hours upon hours every day. And it sounds like the comparison is, you know, they're starting to get maybe not the best of the best in Russia, people that aren't in great physical shape or injured, you know, and they're not able to conduct 8 hours of training in a given day without kind of breaking down. So that was something that across the board, I saw a lot of Russians celebrating and praising. They say, as for marksmanship training, a huge amount of time is devoted to it in Korea, and for almost any private Kim, the Kalashnikov is almost native. So the Korean comrades, having understood what was happening, began to shoot down almost all of the drones in the area. Both the Ukrainian armed forces got it, and let's face it, ours too. At one point, the guys even tried to change their flight route so as to not fall under the watchful eye of a Korean soldier because the number of drones shot down had already begun to go off the scale. So the North Koreans were shooting down anything in the sky, which I get it, right? It probably takes a while to understand which drones are friendly and which ones are not. And I guess when they were in the second or third lines back from the front, they just weren't playing any games. They were dropping everything they saw. And we actually do have some footage of the North Koreans going through counter-drone training, which has to have been probably one of the biggest changes when they came into this. And the Russians talk about how they didn't start from scratch because these were soldiers. But the drone aspect of this, no doubt, is one of the biggest things they had to learn. He says, as for the participation of the North Korean fighters in the assaults, no one immediately sent them into assault work. At first, the guys sat on the third line, delved into the situation, then having gotten used to what was happening, they began to pull up for supplies and fortifications. So slowly moving from the third line, kind of the rear, to the the secondary line of fortifications, again in Kursk, and then to the front line of contact and actually taking part in combat operations. That last piece, actual combat operations, limited footage right now. The ones that I've seen so far looks a little too staged, a little too clean, and not seeing any actual Ukrainian soldiers firing back. So maybe that footage is yet to come out. They say only after that the Korean comrades asked for assault work. By trial and error, they determined the tactics of taking into account what was actually happening on the ground. Yes, the Koreans' acquired skills turned out to not be quite in demand in the conditions of the counter-terrorist operation in Kursk, but they quickly reorganized and managed to carry out a number of operations, inflicting good damage on the Ukrainian terrorists. And they go into who exactly was sent from North Korea. And this is heading over to, they go into a number of operations, inflicting good damage on the Ukrainian terrorists. And they go into who exactly was sent from North Korea. And this is heading over to military informant, who says official Russian sources have designated them as special forces. And we've heard that more than once. He says in our language, that's kind of like the direct translation in the Russian language. He says, but a better way to frame this is probably very special individual groups or elite light infantry. He talks about how these are the ones that have the most training. There's a lot of them in North Korea. They have the most training, the best equipment, but he definitely stopped short of saying these are actual special forces soldiers. So elite infantry is probably, again, the way that the Russians seem to be dialed in here. Now, talking about some of the tactics here and the challenges, Alexander Kotz, another mail blogger, put together an article talking with some of the Russians. They said the first thing that we encountered, of course, was the language barrier, said the commander of the instructor unit with a call sign Kondrat. The commanders of the allied units first went through the exercises with an interpreter, and then under our supervision, they worked with their groups. Gradually, they learned our language, and we had a phrase book of 20 to 25 words. This was enough for us to conduct classes without an interpreter. So if I understand that correctly, what they did is they grabbed the commander, company commander, platoon commander, squad leader, who knows, at some level, somebody who's in charge of a number of soldiers, and they ran that individual through training kind of one-on-one with an interpreter. And after that individual had it, they had that Korean soldier then go back and train his peers without an interpreter. So you can see how you can kind of expand that out. Train the trainer is probably the simplest way to put it. They say the core of the units that arrived in Russia are the Special Operations Forces, the DPRK. They're elite. Again, take that with a grain of salt. Elite infantry, light infantry. He says, therefore, of course, the training was not conducted from scratch, which was a big component here. So they did get a fair amount of training by all accounts. But even that, we're hearing reports of some Russian soldiers with 2-3 weeks training max before they're being sent off to the front. And the issue there is you're talking about a civilian, like learning everything, like how to put on the uniform, how to march, how to take orders, all the way to actual combat operations. You just straight can't learn that in 2 to 3 weeks. With the North Koreans, it sounds like they were really kind of teaching them basic Russian language to be able to communicate with the Russian forces, and then specific tactics, TTPs, from the current fight. They say the hardest thing was to explain to the Korean commanders the futility of assault operations with large forces. The Allies wanted to attack beautifully on a broad front, not even using platoons, but companies. But already during real combat operations, they quickly realized that they would not win very much this way, and on the move, they reorganized into small groups, which demonstrated the result. And this was this stood out to me because we do have some footage that I'll play here that was allegedly showing a North Korean assault across open terrain. We've talked about this. I'm not the only one to talk about this, but what stood out was that is very different tactics than we've seen the Russians use for a long time. The Russians are not spread out across open terrain conducting a platoon or company-size assault. That's just not how they've operated for quite a while, yet we were clearly seeing this in this drone footage, and the speculation was, hey, these are North Korean troops. New tactics. That's what we're seeing play out. And here, according to this interview, Alexander Kotz talking to the Russian commanders, that's exactly what played out. They were trying to do these large-scale, open terrain, frontal assaults, and they probably took, the video here shows quite a few casualties in their ranks. Looks like they learned and maybe adapted from there. Now, it wasn't all positive from the Russian side. A couple of interesting pieces here from Igor Gherkin, who said, this is my favorite part because it's across all Russian media right now. He says, I've known this for a long time, for several months. I was just doing my patriotic duty and not sharing anything about it. And I think that was probably true because most people here in the West knew it too. Like, it became, we had kind of some hints for a little while, and then it became very, very clear when we started to see, again, the open terrain, the assaults, how these guys were reacting to FPV drones at times. And then, of course, the captured North Korean soldiers was kind of the cherry on top. But what we're seeing from all of these Russian mill bloggers now is across the board saying, no, I knew, guys. I totally knew. I just couldn't. I didn't want to say anything. They probably did, but I like the fact that they're all kind of scampering to make sure their audience knows that they actually had this secretive information long ago. Gherkin continues by saying, as far as I know, despite their bravery, courage, and all other moral qualities, the DPRK units did not play a decisive role in the military actions. And a part of that has to be where they were utilized and when. It sounds like they didn't really enter this final clearing operation of Kursk. It doesn't sound like they were maybe utilized in that they may have been almost expended to a degree, not entirely wiped out. We'll get to casualties here in a second, before that final push through Sudza and kind of wrapping up the Kursk operation. Talking about casualties, military informant here cites the National Intelligence Service of South Korea, who he says presented its assessment of the North Korean troops fighting in Kursk. According to their data, North Korea sent 15,000 troops to Russia with losses of 4,700 people, including about 600 killed. That is a 31% casualty rate. Now, the term combat ineffective is nice and broad, and it depends on the type of unit, it depends on the conflict, depends on the country, all sorts of different circumstances, but it's generally accepted that somewhere between 20 and 40% losses makes a unit combat ineffective. So I think it's pretty safe to say that the Ukrainians in Kursk rendered the North Korean, that's about a division size, 15,000, a couple divisions actually, based off the manning numbers in Ukraine and Russia right now. So the Ukrainians managed to render, we'll say, 2 divisions of North Koreans combat ineffective through this fight. Of course, we don't have any details on the actual numbers there. That's just the estimate from the South Korean intelligence agency. Now, military informant continues talking about why North Korea did this. They said, according to South Korean intelligence, in exchange for sending troops and supplying weapons, the DPRK received from Russia a platform for launching spy satellites, drones, electronic warfare systems, and the Pantsir air defense system. There's a lot of questions right now as to, are they going to continue to be used? Are there going to be new troops rotating in? There's a lot of speculation right there, but there's nothing concrete, even from inside of Russian sources right now. It's a lot of talk, a lot of what if. So we'll have to wait to see how that progresses. Now, talking about, kind of the impact here back in North Korea, another Russian mill blogger, Zloy Proof, talks about how Kim Jong-un talked about this and celebrated it, and maybe even a statue. He says, Kim Jong-un called the participation of North Korean soldiers in the battles of Kursk a sacred mission. The statement from the Central Military Council of the party noted the participation of North Korean military units in the Kursk region was carried out in accordance with the order of the head of state. They say, quote, the operation to liberate the Kursk region, aimed at repelling the adventurous armed invasion of Russian territory by the Ukrainian authorities, ended in victory. Kim Jong-un promised that the North Korean army will continue to help Russia. Again, no details on what that looks like. They say Pyongyang will continue to consistently and fully support the sacred cause of the army and people of Russia, and will always remain committed to any actions based on the spirit of the interstate treaty between North Korea and the Russian Federation. And then War Gonzo is actually reporting, get another Russian mill blogger here, that there's a possibility of a monument being erected in Pyongyang to the fallen soldiers in the Kursk operation. This was reported by the Central Military Committee of the Workers' Party of Korea. They say after the liberation of the Kursk region, Kim Jong-un ordered the erection of a monument in Pyongyang to the fallen Korean soldiers who took part in the operation. We know for a fact that if that happens, we're going to get a bunch of great North Korean propaganda videos of it, so that's not going to be hidden for very long. But nonetheless, it's interesting, I think, as we're starting to get more details of how the North Korean troops were used, their effectiveness coming into the fight, their effectiveness during, and looks like, again, they were pretty...
They're effective at getting run over. I'm glad they don't call it there. I'm falling asleep. So, alright, guys, I'll catch you tomorrow. Have a good night and God bless.